Good morning, everybody. Right, let me pull out the chat. Hi to everybody in the chat. Yes. Right, so what are we doing today? First, let's talk about what we're not doing. We're not going to do any more work with Visio as yet. It's not working out for me. I had high hopes for it, but no. It's not. It's not right. So why? Why? That's the question. Why? Well, last week we got. We did some stuff with it. Let me bring up what we had. Here we go. Let me open it up. Oh, can't find it now. There it is. New window. Here we go. Right. So, yeah. Let's see if it still behaves. Oh, no, I've got the wrong one. Hold on. Right. Oh, I've got a switch branch. Hold on. Testing Visio. Yeah, this branch. Okay. Well, what we'd made was a GUI app, but we've got real issues with the tab system, basically. What it looks like after talking with the developer, and the developer agrees with me on this, is that the tab system that's built into Visio is not really designed for dynamic tabs with state. It's sort of designed for like static content where you just switch like one panel and it shows you three things. So for instance, if you're looking at like a product on a web page or something like this, and then it's got like specifications, and then it's got support, and then it's got drivers and downloads, this kind of stuff, right? And you can switch the one content area between things. But there's not much regard paid to the state or anything that might happen in one of those panes that are underneath it in this tabbed view. But what we're trying to create is a desktop application where each tab has a document container, and that document container is agnostic to the type of document that it contains, and that document container needs to be able to be reused in a window. So if you right click on the tab and go open a new window, for instance, right? And then you would just get a window with a document container and no tabs on top. All right. So we're trying to create that. So there's this state. So where we got to with Visio was we could create a project, we could have a form, we could put in some details, and we've got problems with the focus being lost. And we can click OK, and a new project gets created. Right. And we can create a new project. But the problem is, if I put some information in here, like say B, for instance, and dot, and then I go new project, it's not even showing me the project that I just created a moment ago. It's showing me the new project form again. And now if I go back here, it's lost all the information that's in there. So we're basically having problems with the state. Now the state is supposed to be in a tree attached to sort of like this. This is essentially like a model, and there's a whole bunch of views, and you can attach data to the individual nodes in the tree, right? Let me bring up this little diagram. Here we go. So we've essentially got this tree on the left. It doesn't look like a tree, but actually, it's more like this, isn't it? Right. We've got a tree of stuff. And there's some state which needs to go with this tab. And there's some state which needs to go with this tab. And there's some more state which needs to go with this tab. The state on the home tab might be, for instance, do not display on startup. That kind of thing. Granted, I guess that might come from the application state rather than the home tab state, but there's still some state there anyway. The project state is what gets rendered into the view. So, for instance, on the left-hand side of this, you're going to have, there's supposed to be a box with a tree view or something down here, and it needs to retain the focus on here, and then whatever's in here is also going to have some state, right? So this is where we got stuck with Visio, is basically trying to make this work. There's also some other things that I don't like about Visio. One of the things is the cancerous data trait. And these are strong words, cancerous. I call it cancerous because once you start using it on one struct, everything in that struct also needs to derive the data trait, and they also need to derive the clone trait. And therefore, once you start using it, it then becomes cancerous because you have to put it on all of the other things that that initial structure contains, and therefore it spreads like a cancer. And annoyingly, you can't derive data on things that you want to put in a struct that aren't in your crate, which happens more than you might think. So, for instance, maybe you want to use a regular expression pattern in a struct, right? No, you can't. You can't add data to the regex, for instance, right? So then you're like, oh, now what do I do? And it ends up causing more problems than you would otherwise expect. Like on a simple app, if you've just got a form and it's got some state and you've got some data, it's fine. But these problems don't they're not apparent until you actually start creating something more complicated. But not that complicated, it turns out. Right, so what are we going to do instead? We're going to have a look at the next one on the list. What list, you're asking? What list? This list. This list. Let me post this link in the chat. No, not that link. It's this link, isn't it? Copy link. Here we go. Yeah, so anyone following along can have a look at that if they want to. So I looked at some of these. I haven't tested all of these yet. I may yet go back and test some of these, depending on how we get on with the one that we're going to try today, which is Floem. The ones I did try, like in earnest, as opposed to just downloading, running the examples and so on, but actually tried to create something with it, have up to now been Freya and Visio. I didn't get on with Freya at all. If you want to know why, you can go back and look at some of the old live streams. And I've not got on with Visio. I had some thoughts on it. The project's immature, lack of documentation, cancerous data trait, unable to work out where to store state in a real-world application, issues with rendering overflow. I mean, this might be my lack of understanding on how the system's supposed to work, but some of the default rendering settings that I've tried to use for various things cause some like weird overflow issues and so on. It's a bit strange. The community is very small. There's not many reference projects as well. So when you've got like a framework that's widely used, it's much more useful when something is more widely used, because then you can go and look and see, well, how do other people solve this problem that I'm running into today? As opposed to you being the first person that's ever come across this problem, which seems to happen to me more than I expect it should. Various elements don't behave as expected, lists, table view, pop-ups, and so on. On the bright side, the developer's very helpful. We've even jumped on a couple of voice calls and so on like that to go through some things to help my understanding, and also say, am I doing this wrong? Is this right? Should I even be thinking like this? But apparently nothing particular that I was doing was in fact wrong or bad or so on, but it doesn't fit what Visio currently offers yet. And I've started to add this suitability for complex dynamic desktop apps row to this, and both Visio and Freya have now got bad in that column. And I've also got an overall feeling after attempting to write the test case. So with Freya, I failed. It was initially frustrating, and that frustration got worse over time. With Visio, it was initially okay and more understandable, but it's other issues ultimately led to failure of being able to create what I want to create using what it offers. I also tried other stuff yesterday, for instance, like trying to create my own view instead of the tab views to try and work out, how I could better do this, but that failed as well and was also frustrating. So today we're going to try Floem. Now I had a quick look at this, but I tried the other ones first because I thought they seemed more suitable. So we're going to go back to Floem. Right, what's Floem? This is Floem. It tells you, it says, a native Rust UI library with fine-grained reactivity. Yeah, okay. And there's an example of stuff. There's a list of features. So there's a good sort of overview on the website, on the documentation, which is good, as opposed to some crates that don't even tell you what it is. Features. So the Xylem one is based on some other stuff, and this is sort of experimental, and if it's inspired by Xylem, that's probably a good thing, because Xylem has been created because of failures of creating other GUI systems in Rust and how they turned out. So it's good that they're looking at what Xylem is doing. It's got cross-platform support, which is good. Uses WGPU, so it's not sort of browser-based thing, I don't think. But I'm not sure. It might be slightly wrong. We'll see when we come to look at the dependencies in a bit. But I understand that WGPU is not a browser technology, but maybe it is. It's certainly not a web renderer anyway. Yeah, some other things, and I whizzed through, loading up some of these examples. Let's have a quick look at Floem's examples over here now. There's not too many examples, but what there are seems to be reasonable, and I like the fact that they're all self-contained and they have their own cargo.toml file. Which means you can basically just copy and paste the example directory and then use that as a template for creating something, without having to worry about, what features do I need to make this example run, and what dependencies do I need? You just because you can see it, which is good. Right, so let's try and run it. Here we go. Oh, it's down the bottom. Here it is. Run it. And we'll just recap my experiences with the example. So, first thing I'm going to do is try pressing cursor down. Nothing happens. Apparently have I got focus here? Oh no, it wasn't focused. So can you tell when you've got focus? You can tell when you've got focus over here, but you can't tell. That's a bit weird. Well, I'm not entirely sure why there's independent focus for tabbing around and pressing space over. That's quite broken. I'm pressing space on the one that I've yeah, I don't think it's supposed to work like that. Oh dear. Okay. So there's some issues with keyboard navigation on lists. It's a bit weird. So we've got buttons. See, to me, pressing tab in this listing should make the focus move on to the right-hand side. The first thing on the right-hand side, it should the focus should be on this, right? When I press tab here, it shouldn't go down to list. I can do that with my keyboard and press space, but pressing space doesn't select the active one. It selects the one that the blue square is round, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. Anyway, moving on. You've got buttons, toggly things. Wait, what? If I... That's some weird behaviour there. It wasn't toggling. Weird. I don't know what the difference is between those two. I can't work it out. Checkboxes. Shared state. Radio buttons. Input. Right, let's do this. The text test. What happens if you select text, and move the mouse to the left? Nothing. It should scroll it. Right. Can I press home and end? Yes. Can I press shift end? Yes. Can I press... Is there a context menu? No. Does it have support for multi-word navigation? It does appear to. Okay. List view. Yeah, we've already looked at this. This is weird. See, I don't know where my focus is now. So the keyboard navigation is not great with this. Multi-select? Anybody? No. Can't multi-select. Shift? No. I was pressing Control initially. No, so we're not at that. Not entirely sure why the stacks are on the list thing here, because it feels like these stacks should be like in their own separate thing, but never mind. This is just how to lay things out. So we're going to need these for like toolbars and whatever. A menu. It'd be nice if there was an example of one with like a checkbox on it, or an icon, or where a keyboard shortcut appears. I mean, yeah, sort of got a bit of that. Rich text. Sure. Can't select anything, doesn't do anything, fine. Images. I mean, it's got some image support, it's good. Clipboard. Yeah. Nothing to report back there, right. Hey, this is one way they normally fail. So, for me, pressing space when something's focused should make the drop-down box appear. Nope. Pressing return makes it. No, it should be space. Return should be the default action on the dialog. Not return. Space. Space, people. Space is how you're supposed to select drop-downs. Right, so 1, yeah, and then my focus is lost. So I've got keyboard focus, press return, select an item. The focus should go back to the drop-down box. It's gone. I've got no focus anymore. Pressing return doesn't do anything. So there's some focus issues with drop-downs. You know, these things are all probably fixable, so I'm not too worried about these things. But it's not perfect. Interestingly, there's also this weird inspector thing with this Floem, right? It's a bit like the sort of like Chrome and Firefox developer thing. What it seems to do is capture the contents of the view tree, re-renders it, and then lets you navigate around it. And then at any given time you can press this recapture button, because this hasn't changed now, right? And then it's going to show you what's on the left. So this is interesting for sort of understanding what the view tree looks like. You can see what the view tree is like, which is, I suppose, nice. I don't know whether you can change these things to see what they look like. No. It might be nice if you could. Still, there we are. And that's that. So yeah, so that's that example, which is all right. I'm not going to look at the code just yet. I'm just going to have a quick look to see what other examples there are. One of the things I'm interested in is this done container one, for reasons previously mentioned. Now I had a quick look at the code for this yesterday. Only a very quick look, mind you. And this thing seems to be something like what we actually need. So imagine you've got some tabs at the top of the screen and you click on a tab. The view beneath the tab should change, and it does. This example, however, doesn't have any state on there, so we don't know where we're supposed to store any state that we could potentially be putting on here, and or whether it causes any sort of reloads to this state and all this kind of thing. I think by the way that the reactive GUIs work, I don't know whether it's always going to cause state to be refreshed, but that's not really what you want. So I've retrieved my state, and it was expensive to get the state. Maybe I ran a query on a database, and it took 30 seconds to do it. And then I go from one tab, right? I click that tab, and it shows me something like Help tab, and then I switch back to the tab that was previously showing the results of the complicated 30-second database query, right? I don't want it to have to go and do that 30-second database query again. So quite how reactive UIs are going to work with doing that kind of thing, yeah, I don't know. But I don't want expensive stuff to be run twice. I know that. Other things that might be expensive might be like drawing a waveform for a sound file or something like that, especially if your sound file is like 2 hours long. And the author of Visio knows all too well about this, because one of his example apps is a sample view which does exactly that. So we've got dim containers. Let's have a quick look at the code for this. So you go main, and it goes launch an app view, and then you've got a method which is app view. Okay, and it returns something that can be turned into a view. Now, one thing I did notice when I was running through these examples is that you can pass, they use a lot of tuples, and you can pass tuples around and return tuples, because apparently if the tuple contains things which can be turned into views, then there's an implementation of into view for a tuple of two things that implement into view, which is a bit weird. Because you're like, what is this? It's just a tuple. But it's a special kind of tuple. It's a tuple that contains an HStack and a dim container, both which implement view or into view. So it sort of works. But it is weird nonetheless, seeing just random tuples. And they only implement it for tuples up to like 13 elements. So what you're supposed to do after 13 elements, I don't know, but it probably is something else. Maybe you have to create the thing manually, I don't know. Or maybe you create an array. Don't know. It's a bit weird seeing tuples though. Don't know why they didn't just use like slices for that. Right, so it creates a V stack. Yeah, and a V stack's a stack. And it creates an H stack. And now I see where the where the authors of other GUI libraries are getting their names from. I don't know where this H stack thing came from, but I'm just going to repeat my little rant about that. Right. So, oh no, not that. So, a stack is when things are placed on top of each other. Right? This is not a stack. This is a stack. Okay, rant over. So, H stack. Right, we've got labels, we've got buttons, we've got on-click eventy things. But what's interesting is this didn't container in this example. So where does, oh right. So there's a signal and it uses the result of that signal perhaps to decide when to change the view. And then when the view is changed, which is probably the result of this, yeah, view switcher, which is an enum, which contains two things, okay, sort of makes sense. Then it matches on the value, and if it's 1, then it shows this one, and if it's 2, then it goes to this one. And I had a quick look into why there's an into any here. It's because the match arms are going to return different types, but they all need to return the same type. And if you go into any, then you get a special view which can take any view, and then both match arms then return the same type, which is the what into any gives you back, which allows it to work apparently. So I don't know, maybe we can use this din container. We've got the counter example. Let's run that because this is one of these 7 GUI examples. Those unfamiliar with 7 GUI is this. There's 7 different GUI tasks. And then if you're writing a GUI library, then it's helpful to implement these so you can compare them. So this is one of them. You've got a counter. You know. It's like, sure, how does it work? And then you can dig into the details. So for a counter, obviously you're going to need some state. You're going to need the counter itself, and then this bit I found interesting. It's a din view. So we've got din containers and we've got din views. So the counter is the state, and you can get the value of the counter by getting the signal. And then you render some text in the view. It seems a bit interesting compared to how some of the other GUI libraries were doing that. But okay. And then there's some stuff about, you know, how to send events and what the GUI looks like and so on, which wait a second, what? Stop. Does it count up manually? I didn't notice that. Automatically. Why has it got on click stop? On click stop? Or is it on click S top? I don't know. Seems a bit odd. Event handler for the click. This event will be handled with the given event handler. The event will stop propagating. Right. That seems a bit weird. Why didn't they use a return value for that? So there's in Rust there's this like control flow thing, right? And you can return that to indicate whether you should do more stuff or do no more stuff. You know, so instead of this, why didn't they do like on click and then like go propagate stop or something like that? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But it was weird to see on click stop. That's what I do know. Okay. What other things can you do? Let's have a look at the structure. Tool windows. Structure. Let's pull this over here. Right. Key up, key down, event cont. Abbreviations in method names I've never been a big fan of. Not like cont. Why just not use continue? Did they not see the videos and topics about how to name methods and so on? Don't force your readers and people that want to talk to programs to have to say made up words or complicated abbreviations. On event cont, we're going to cont it. What? Like scale, focus, title, menu, everything that's fine. Cont. Why? It's the odd one out. Look, everything else. Click. See, on all the other things are words, right? On size, on move, cleanup, animation, clear focus. I can talk about these things. Request focus, request scale, menus, pop outs. You know, it's all words. But then we've got this cont thing. Anyway, moving on. Just an observation. I've got the gardeners again. Okay. Right, closing windows. Okay, so what does it do? It looks so weird seeing stop there, but okay, fine. Move on. Setting a counter. Yeah, Commander Guy. I know the two separate focuses. Yeah, there's other better names for these stacks things, because stacks are it's just wrong, isn't it? A flow or a span might be another word for these stack things, because you can span something vertically and you can span something horizontally, but first you need the thing to span before you can span it. So I'm not entirely sure that span's the right thing, but flow is a little bit weird, because flow, it might be terminology that's used for like wizards, for instance, and it might be confusing. So normally within a wizard you have like there's sort of like a flow chart, if you can if you imagine a flow chart, for instance. So reusing the word flow for a visual sort of layout thing might be confusing with what you're going to do with the GUI later. Anyway, so decrement, stop, styling. I'm not caring about the styling just yet. I'm sure we'll come to that at some point. We've got buttons. It is sort of interesting to see just some text and then like some random methods after it. So clearly there's a sort of like view thing implemented on string. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's kind of weird to see. Look, we've got a style there. Does this now happen everywhere there's a string? It does. Does it? It does. Don't like that. That's kind of weird. Mind you, I suppose the trait is going to be in scope, right? It's probably one of these that does it. Into view for a string, and then the traits in scope. And every time you're doing anything with Floem, these traits are probably going to be in scope. Yeah. Alright, I'm not entirely sold on it. You know, but what's wrong with just going label? Rather than polluting sort of like the namespace of strings. Yeah, it's a bit weird. But okay. I mean, imagine you're in your sort of like main application, which we are in, because that's all this is, and you import these, then your main application initialization code is going to have like those traits in scope, and it's going to be a bit weird. You know, just because you can implement traits on strings and so on like this, which give you methods like this, it doesn't mean you necessarily should. You know, conversion functions, for instance, like that, you know, where you've got like an integer and you want to convert it to something else, that kind of makes more sense to me, you know, as a use case for implementing a trait on a string. Like, yeah, anyway, moving on. Alright, next one. Let's have a look at the flight booker example, because this has got a form in it, right? So we're just going to go around and do some like a little bit more observations on these things to see what we get. And just as a comparison to this, right, we're going to reopen, no, we're going to reopen the Visio one. And Visio's got some examples. and here's the flight booker one. All right, and we're just going to put them side by side for a moment. So this is one of them. We'll just wait for the other one to appear. Yeah, what happened there? Oh, a window. Okay, so we've got two flight bookers. Choice of controls is different. Keyboard navigation, no. Keyboard, some focus, yes. Space to bring up, no. Enter to bring up, yes. Can I go cursor down? No. Can I do this with a keyboard? No, what happened there? I picked return flight, right? Where's the navigation going? That's hilarious. So the keyboard navigation is focusing things behind an open drop-down box. No. No. When you've opened a drop-down box, the only things you should be able to navigate to is the things in the list. And then if you press tab on that, it should close the drop-down box and then focus the next thing. Deary me. So, yeah, okay. All right, so can we do anything with the keyboard with this? Let's see. Yes. I've got rendering issues here. Look, it's not rendering the bottom of the circle for the one-way flight. Or the return flight. Is there a date picker? No. You can't book it. It's got validation errors. This date format is wrong. You don't use colons in dates. You use hyphens in dates or slashes. Not colons though. That's for time. So I see this. I'm like, what is this? No. Sometimes I find it incredible that it's 2024 and this is the best the world has to offer when it comes to like Rust GUIs. Deep breath. Move on. Right. Just. This is from like 1994, right? Or thereabouts, or maybe 96 or something. But we've been here, we've done this stuff. We should know how to create GUIs with usable text interfaces, you know, keyboard navigation, sorry, not text interface, with good keyboard navigation, you know, decent rendering, all the various different controls that you might possibly want to have and all this kind of stuff, right? We've been here, we've done this. I urge anybody that's writing GUI software to just go back and look at like Magic User Interface on the Amiga from like 1990 or so on how to actually do things in a reasonable way. And then once you've done that, then bring up, I don't know, Windows 98, for instance, when it wasn't terrible. I know it was terrible, but the GUIs in Windows 98, all the various different controls and so on, they more or less worked how you expect them to work. There's multiple document interface things, there's toolbars, there's context menus, there's editors and all this kind of stuff, right? This stuff has all been done before. Go back and look how it's supposed to be done. Then write your new code. Please. Pretty please. With sugar on top. Right, flight bookers. Yeah. Okay. Can I book things? Can I book things? No. Okay. That one's very broken. This one does seem to work fine. So let's have a quick look at the code for the flight booker, because there's some validation stuff which is probably the most interesting thing in it. So we've got an app view, and there's let's just bring it up again. There's what, 3 pieces of state, right? 1, 2, and then optionally this third one if you've got a return flight. Wait, what? Hold on. I didn't book it. That's hilarious. Okay, do you guys see what happened there? That was really funny. So I went one-way flight. I've got a date. I clicked book. Right, I've booked my flight. And now I want to book another flight. Right. I go, oh, I want a return flight. Watch closely. At no point did I press book after the first time. Okay, anyway, moving on. So there's some issues here which we need to be mindful of. It's not a bug-free program by the looks of it. So we've got some text, we've got a date, we've got a flag to say it's valid. We decided whether we can pass it into a date, and we create a boolean if the start date is an optional which contains a value, probably. But this is not one of those things. It's a function that does one of those things. Okay. Right. And a lot of these reactive GUIs seem to use lots of closures for like doing everything. Rather than doing it right then and there, you sort of write a closure that might do it later. And you pass the closure around. Which if you use to imperative GUIs can be a bit odd, let's say. Right. And then we've got the same things for return text, and return date is valid. So this is slightly different because what is it doing? Return date is valid. If it's disabled. Seems a bit weird. Okay, you know, I wouldn't have done it like that, I don't think. So it's got to check one date's after the other date. Yeah. Okay. And it's got a little method to help you do the validation. It's a bit strange seeing validation code like in line with the control. Now I've written form parsing, form processing frameworks and so on in the future, in the past, sorry, in the future. And the way that I used to do that, which worked very well, was you get the data and you pass the data to a validator, and this validator basically has a set of rules that are applied to it which can stop validation at any point or continue, and at the end of it you get one or more errors, right, which you can then render alongside the form. and some of the errors are relating to the control, and occasionally you create a group with some controls in it, and then you create a group validation thing, and it can tell you, no, these two fields aren't right. So for instance, with a flight booker, you've got two controls, and you can put dates in either of them. Let's look at it. You can put dates in either of them, right? But neither of the dates is really wrong, right? It's the combination of the dates that is wrong. So where do you put the message to say that the combination of the dates is wrong? Sometimes you can put it above the form, sometimes you can put it above like the book button, for instance, and so on, but you don't necessarily put the error message next to both of the fields saying, you know, you just say the dates are not in chronological order as your error message next to the book button. And then you highlight the controls which have the error. And you can use different colours highlighting for the messages by putting stars next to them, for instance. There's various different ways of doing it, tried and trusted things that people have done. But yeah, seeing the validation in line like this is a little bit weird. Let's see how the results of these are used. So this dates are chronological. Let's have a look. So it disables the book button. Yeah. And it uses the closures to do it. This validation, Let's have a quick look at how Visio did the validation. So, does it even do the validation? You can parse it. I think perhaps the Visio example is missing some stuff too. A return flight where one of them's in the future. But the book button doesn't even work on this anyway, so I don't know why I'm even bothering to look. Fine. Right. So yeah, this is one of the problems. This is one of my remarks about Visio, right? In my little comparison thing. Immature project. So, yeah. You look for something, and you're like, oh, it's not really finished yet. And then you're left wondering about what you're supposed to do. Now, I'm sure this will probably change over time. And this isn't a critique of the developer or anything like that. It's just like, as it is now, this is what you get. Yes. Right, so moving on. Keyboard support, keyboard navigation. Let's make a note, Floem. Some issues with focus in lists and drop down. Incorrect keys used for selection, etc. Yes. Right, back to this. So it decides to render a book button, and it's disabled if the result of all of these things is false, and then it negates that and says disabled. can we call it enabled, right? Can we call it enabled and pass it a false and have the default to true to avoid the extra not? Pretty please, programmers around the world. Pretty please, use positives everywhere so you don't have to think as much. So, you know, it would be enabled. Less code. Right, moving on. So, you know, because when you've got disabled, it's a double negative, right? Just to go on to that. Double negatives are just notoriously bad. So you've got disabled and then you've got this. Those are your two negatives for the double negative. It's far easier to reason about it if you go, it's enabled if the dates are chronological and the start date is valid and the date is valid. As opposed to, it's not disabled if the dates are valid and the state is valid and the return date is valid, negated. Or something like that, which is probably wrong, which is exactly the point, because it's harder to reason about it, even talk about it. So, and then we got the success message, and this is where probably the bug is. So there should be probably something like, if anything on the form is changed after you've pressed book, then you remove the message, the fact that you booked it, right? And then you let them book another one. But anyway, so we've got this din container. There should probably be like a booking state with the details of the booking in it, right? That's created, which is then removed if the contents of any of the fields change, because that at that point you're booking your next flight. Okay, and then we've got a VStack with some stuff in it, styled. All right, fine. Next one. Let's look at the timer one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So we've got a signal, change the slider, and then you set a value in a signal with the timer's, the slider's new value. And it looks fairly reasonable. Elapsed time label. What does this create effect do? So it says, when you create your app view, the app view has an effect, and it calls tick.track. Tick is an RW signal of nothing. So what does calling track on a signal of nothing do? Signal with only subscribe to the current running effect to this signal. That's no clearer to me whatsoever what its purpose is. Who's subscribing to what? It's probably something to do with the fact that you're building a view tree and something in this view tree needs to subscribe to some signal. It's probably something like that, but barely educated guess. But I don't know why you would. What happens if you don't do that, for instance? I mean, what does it do? It got to 0.7 seconds and then stopped. And this time it got to 0.6 seconds and stopped. Yeah, that's a bit weird. That's kind of magical. And every 100 million calls exact after. What is this? Before exec. Action. So it's creating an event with a timer. Sure. What's this is active? Where's this? If it's less than the target duration, right? So this is a function that returns a boolean. And then we've got elapsed time, target duration. So both signals. Okay. And this is the thing I'm finding with these reactive GUIs. You've got all these like weird little signals and all this stuff all over the place. Which seems like you just need to write like loads more code to get anything done. Like initially to get anything done. Right? But maybe it's more painful all the time because you've got to write more code, as opposed to imperative GUIs, which are only painful when things go wrong, when they get too big. And I don't know which is worse. Because debugging an imperative GUI with a whole bunch of threads and all this kind of stuff, such as, say, that lovely BitTorrent client from years ago that was written in WTL on Windows, for instance, in C, that was painful, shall we say. It wasn't a BitTorrent client, it was a DC++ client, that was it. Yeah. That was an example of a medium-sized app with lots of complication on it, which was hard to debug when things went wrong. Let's see. So we've got all these little signals everywhere. We're futzing around with signals. We've got signals calling signals. We've got signals using signals and closures calling more closures. Yeah, and there's all this, because you're using signals, you've got to go, oh, you know, instead of doing like this, like you would do normally, you have to go, oh wait, it's a signal. When you're writing the code. And then signals can be a bit funky because often the things in them need to be copy. In some signals they need to be copy, which you have to be very careful of. But this one, I'm just looking at the signal here and I'm going to look for the word copy to see if you need copy, as in it's on any of the trait bounds. It doesn't appear to be, so we might be okay. Because some signals work by copying the value and then giving the receiver the copied value, and then when you go set, it copies the value again and puts it in the signal, and then when you go get on it, it copies it again, and so on. And this is, to me, needless copying, and it also means that things you put in a signal then can't use references, which you might want to do. Especially if they're mutable references. Right. Okay, moving on. Because I've run into problems with signals before, when I've got a signal where I want mutable state inside it, for instance. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's not totally hideous. Let's look at one more example, and then let's try doing something with this library. Which one do we fancy looking at? So we looked at the flight book, we looked at the timer. I kind of want to look at one that's got some internationalization support in it, but I don't know whether there's any internationalization support here yet. And I'm looking for an example with like I18N or L10N in it, but I don't see it, which may or may not be a good thing, because then you're free to do whatever you want with whatever internationalization library you use. So there's no occurrences of I18N. There's no occurrences of L10N. And this might be a good thing. And let's just go, because one of the other projects used I18 as an abbreviation for internationalization. And it was conflicted, and the source code file had both I18 and I18N inside the same file. And that was Freya and Deoxys, just for those following along. So there doesn't appear to be any internationalization, but let's search for the word for internationalization. No. So no internationalization support. I think I might have noted this already. Floem, no. So we're going to have to do that. What about and the reason I'm thinking this is for testing. What about the screen reader support? That's what it's called. Now, Visier has some support for screen readers. For example, it has this roll thing. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't find it there. Yeah, this. It used this everywhere, and this came from Access Kit. So when you're creating a container, you say this element is a container. For instance, on the tab container, right? It does that kind of thing. And then this is the sort of information that a screen reader uses, apparently. I don't know too much about screen readers at all. But Access Kit is what it uses to do it. Accessibility tree. So in addition to your view tree, I think you get an accessibility tree which you can navigate using voice prompts and things like this instead of using like keyboard focus. They're often closely related. Because you go to next thing, right? So you press tab on a keyboard and it goes to the next thing. Yeah, don't know anything about access kit though. So back to Floem. Let's search for the word accessible. No. No. So I'm guessing. I suppose we'll have a quick look at the cargo dependencies. I'm guessing there's no support for accessibility. Don't know what these things are. What is a crate called parking lot going to do? I'll tell you what it's going to do. It's going to make me look it up. Oh yeah, totally. I would really have guessed that. More compact and efficient implementation of the standard synchronization primitives. Fine. Swash, no idea. Fine. Stuff to do with fonts. Kind of what you expect. What's Penkio? I mean, it's probably like something like Tokio because it's got IO on the end of it, but don't know. It's probably something to do with input output. That's my guess. Place your bets. What's Penkio? Penico. I don't even know how you're supposed to say it. No, wrong. Primitive types for styling vector graphics. Penkio Esperanto for brush. Okay, fine. I mean, naming is a problem, it's true. Okay. Other dependencies. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything to do with accessibility here. What's this? What are you supposed to do with it? What? Kind of weird, but okay. Not sure why it would need that. All right. Right, let's dive in then, shall we? After our quick look around. So, what are we going to try and do? Well, we're going to try and do what we were trying to do before, which was create that tabbed thing, that tabbed user interface. Now, yesterday I asked on the, and I don't know even how you're supposed to pronounce it, Lapsy Discord server, and I said, this is what I'm going to do. if you've got any ideas and suggestions before I start this, let me know. And one of the suggestions came up is look at Lapsy, because Lapsy, which is a text editor, uses Floem. Is it Lapis? I don't know. Not sure how you're supposed to say the name of it. Like, this is what I'm trying to pronounce. Right. Let's see if they say how it's supposed to be pronounced, because I've got no idea. That doesn't tell me. It probably does tell me, but it tells me in a way that I don't understand. How to pronounce. This is great. I'm an English speaker and I can't figure this out. I love it. Welcome to my world. Oh, I need to sign into Reddit to upvote that. I'll come back to that and upvote it later. Let's go back to the... pretty funny. Right, we'll come back to that. Bookmark. Away we go. No. What? So, yeah, what was I saying? So, what we're trying to do is build a GUI based on some requirements for like a desktop UI. And Lapsy, or Laps, Laps has a tabbed dialogues, tabbed user interface, and shares some of the functionality that that I need. Yesterday, I documented exactly what that functionality is. So the requirements for it is a main window that's resizable. It's got a toolbar with open and new buttons on it, and a language drop-down that lets you choose between two languages. It's got a tab bar, it's got tab content, and there's some state which must be loaded on startup. Right, the toolbar, the open button on the toolbar allows you to open, it shows you a native file selector from which you can click one of the files. And when you open one of the files, and it's going to be text or image files, then it should create a new tab and display the contents of that file. And then also have some arbitrary state that makes sense for that type of file that you opened. So for instance, for the text tab, if you switch to another tab and switch back to it, there should be some state which is maintained, such as the text selection, the caret position, and obviously the file content itself as well. Right. Similarly, on an image tab, if you display the image and then on the left-hand side you display like X and Y coordinates when you click somewhere on the image, and then if you switch to another tab and back again, it shows you where you last clicked still. Right, so that's detailed here. And then there's other requirements about resizing scrollable areas, things like that. The new button on the toolbar should create a new tab with a form in it that allows you to create a new file of one of these supported types, such as the image or the text. Right, so it should have a drop-down box with the type, choose between text and bitmap, and it should have a directory where you want to put the file, and then next to that it should have a little button which, when pressed, displays a file selector, a directory selector, which allows you to choose the place that the new file will be created in. And then you're going to be able to press OK, and then that tab will be changed. It shouldn't close and then a new one open. It should be changed into the type of file that you just created. Right? So if you just created a text file, the title of the tab should change into the name of the file that you typed in, and it should display some like placeholder text or something like that. What shouldn't happen is that the new tab should be removed from the list of tabs, and then when you click OK, another tab is added to the end. That shouldn't happen. So the order of the tabs needs to be preserved. And the point about this is that if you've got a tabbed interface and then you decide not to have the tabs at the top, right? You still need this container where you can create a new file and it displays the file in the same container, in the same window, without you having to deconstruct a window and create a new window. The idea is that the container is there's basically a container for the tab, and that container is where the document appears, and the tab shouldn't know about the type of thing that the tab contains. Right? There's an abstraction between them. Hopefully that's clear. So that's basically the requirements. There's quite a lot of requirements there, it turns out. Let's have a look at some of these requirements as they're sort of implemented in Lapsy as it is. So if we switch to that, maybe I can find it. There, that one, here it is. Right, if I run this again, oh dear. Let me run it from the command line, because I did this the other day in release mode. I don't want to sit and wait to rebuild everything. Right. Should I be laughing or should I be crying at this point? So what happened there is that the window appeared, it disappeared, and then it reappeared, and then it disappeared again. Yesterday, when I ran it for the first time, it ran. I don't know. Can you see this? That's... Like, what am I supposed to do now? No error messages, no nothing. Did it create some state somewhere, which is now decided to like fail to use? Have I run out of disk space? No. I just oh my god. All I wanted to show you guys was like this text editor, which I ran yesterday. I just wanted to show you it because it has some of the things that we want. Do we have the same problem if we run it from here? Compiling. I feel the XKCD compiling. This one, innit? Oh, see, I did what Google wanted me to do then. Did you see that? Did you see it? I stayed on Google and I didn't go to the website. Google's stealing all the ad rev, you see. Look, maybe there's some ad rev on here which you don't, which they didn't get because I didn't click it. Just, honestly. Right, it's still building, still compiling. Slacking off. My code's compiling. Get back to work. Compiling. All right, then carry on. And they're playing with swords on desk chairs. It's a great comic. Let's see what today's XKCD is while we're here. If I knew about this, then it'd probably be funny, but I don't. Kind of interesting. Kind of makes me want to learn what about a Boltzmann constant is now. Has it finished compiling yet? Oh, it has. Failed to remove file. Maybe it's because it was already running. Oh, okay. I didn't know it did that. I thought it would just, you know, display the window that was already open when you run it. Why doesn't it do that? Look, watch. Look, here's the editor. Here's my terminal. And that's trying to rebuild it again. It wasn't trying to rebuild it earlier, but now it's, for some reason, the incremental compilation is broken and it's trying to rebuild it again, even though it doesn't need to. Because I didn't touch a single file, I didn't touch a single source code file or anything in the target directory. Maybe my IDE did, but I don't know. I didn't. Anyway, so getting back to what we're actually trying to get across, to try and talk about, is that we want tabs, right? And we can switch between tabs. And there is some state. And we can see the line and column number down the bottom here. All right, and the fact there are 9 things selected, 9 characters selected. And when we switch between tabs, we want that state to be maintained, which it does, which is exactly sort of what you'd expect. What shouldn't happen is it shouldn't reload the file when you go to the other tab, right? And then make the same selection. It shouldn't be doing that. It should just already have it and then just re-render it again. We've also got a different type of tab. So my example is like I want a home tab and I want different types of document tabs. And this is a pretty real world sort of like thing. If you're a developer, you're already used to this. So in an IDE, you normally have like a welcome tab, for instance, and then you open a markdown file and you can edit it, and you open a Rust file and you can edit it, and so on, right? And they've all got different rendering capabilities and state and so on. And this has a settings tab, which has a sidebar and some views, right? And the state here is, oh, well, it's sort of there. I mean, I clicked terminal, but because the top of the thing is still part of the UI settings, it doesn't highlight the terminal thing. But we'll overlook that. But the point is that there's some state which is like the scroll position of the window or something, which now that I look at that, it's probably actually a bit weird. So I guess it's remembering the scroll position and then displaying this in accordance with scroll position, as opposed to remembering what you clicked and then trying to make this thing scroll to the right place. Right, anyway, so there's some states. So the scroll position, as opposed to the selected thing, is the state that you want to maintain when switching the tabs. And probably if I entered in some garbage in here, then I would want to see the same garbage still there. Right? That's what we're trying to do. Simple. Famous last words uttered by any software developer. Simple. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Right. Let's do something. So what I'm going to do is the same as what I did with Visio. Is rather than actually try and use this in my production code, is just try and make a new example of a tab document example within the Floem repo. Right, so we've got a Floem repo, everything's good. Tabs, document, UI. I suppose we create a new branch. Right, fine. Let's have a chuckle. Floem, right, here we go. So, are we on the right branch? Where does it show the branch in this? Who remembers? There, me. There it is. Right. So, we've got examples. So, we're going to go new directory. And we call it tabbed document UI. What should we start with? What example should we start with? I feel like starting with this dun container example. So I'm going to steal the cargo file from that and paste it in here. And everything's going to be totes fine. And probably there's a list of workspace members in the cargo file. Maybe not. No? Maybe? Oh, it's got example star. We're good. Fine. Right, so this is going to be tabbed document UI up here. Fine. Dunsky. Right. So then we need a new directory for the source. And then we're going to need a file called main.rus. And I don't know why it's not picked that up, but it's probably just the IDE not refreshed itself. Yeah. Oh, wait, there it goes. Right, is it? Yeah, here we go. Right. Okay, so we've got it now. The IDE's caught up. Let's open the din container file. And where do we begin? That's where we begin. So I guess we need an app view as well. Right. Oh, wrong keyboard shortcut. And so I suppose we need to work out, like what we said was in our requirements. We've got a toolbar, a tab bar, and a container, and that's it. So let's create some buttons. So what was it? Do I want a V stack which contains the H stack. I probably do, right? So I want a V stack. And then in the V stack, you give it some children. And then you style it. But this style is on the bracket, which is... Wait. Yeah, of... Oh, that's of the V stack itself, right. So let's give it no children. That ain't gonna work, is it? See, you know, what's wrong with the array? View tuple. Something that implements view tuple. Vecboxdon view. I mean, does an array implement view tuple? I mean, it's not complaining about it, is it? Maybe it does. It's kind of weird to see like view tuple as a thing, as opposed to, you know, like you don't care that it's a. There's nothing in this trait which has got anything to do with a tuple. You can implement this trait on anything, right? View list, because, or as view, as view might be better, because, you know, or interview, in fact, you know, I don't know, but there's already another trait called interview. Maybe like as view list, because it gives you a vector back. But tuple here is a bit weird. Moving on. These are just sort of observations as we're going along, you know. It's, they are what they are. They're observations. I don't know why it's moaning about this. I mean, there is a main function. It's saying there's no main function found in the crate. Fine. So what are you supposed to do with style? Let's look at this dim container. So you... Right, so you get a thing which you can do stuff with. And then you go... Oops. And then you go s dot... I don't know. How do we make it 100% of the window height? Who thinks it'll do that by itself without any other content? Okay, so I'm going to go width. Oh, there's a width. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. And then do you do this method chaining thing? Oh. I suppose we could go S here, right? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I preferred Vizier's approach where you go width and then you give it something which is like full, and then, you know, it's like an enum that you give it. Like, you know, if you had pub bun width size thing, and then size thing was an enum. That kind of thing, right? I don't know. Just as a comparison to Visio, for instance, I like Visio's API in that regard better. So, I mean, dot, because it would make the API cleaner, right? Because currently it's like the namespace is polluted with additional methods which you don't necessarily need to have, and it's not any more or less readable. I mean, like, to the user, I mean, that's one way of doing it, and that's another way of doing it, right? Because if you import this from your Prelude or whatever, then you're good to go. Yeah, alright, moving on. So we've got a VStack with no children. Who thinks this is going to work? Isn't there a way to make it interpreted like Python? When experimenting with Polar, I'm just reading Hungover's messages. I saw them there a bit ago, but I was having a bit of a rant about stuff. Isn't there a way to make it interpreted like Python? I'm not sure quite what you mean by it. When experimenting, I don't want to be using like interpreted languages. The whole point is to be using code which you have high degree of certainty that it will, well, a reasonably high degree of certainty that it will run before you run it. So we want a strongly typed language and all of that kind of stuff going on with it instead of Python. And we don't want to have white space controlling the program flow. Ugh. I shudder when I think of Python. Ugh. Don't like it. I don't use it very much though. I've just stayed away from it and avoided it wherever possible. When experimenting with Polos data frame to learn, it takes 10 seconds compilation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you don't want long running things to be repeated, yes. Even if the change is a little, yes, exactly. Yes. Let me reopen this file because I think my editor's confused. Okay, the message is gone now. Right, so yeah, that's what I thought we were going to get. ViewTuple is not implemented for this. Okay, so when we've got a VStack, we need to put at least one thing in it, I guess. I suppose it makes sense. Yeah, and this is what I was saying about the following other types implement ViewTuple, and I found all these in a file. I think it's at the bottom of this. Yeah, there they are. Look. So if you want more than 16 things in a VStack, you're doomed. You would have to implement ViewTuple or something on an array yourself, like. I don't know, but maybe. Maybe it is implemented on the array. But it's certainly very strange to have VT as the thing that you need. Alright, anyway. So we need something in it. So we'll create our toolbar. Let's create an H stack. Put some things in it. And then maybe style it. with an S, which is going to be width full. But this needs stuff in it. So in here we're going to go button. Oh, there we go. And how about we go new on here? Now what are the error messages? Let's just try and compile it and see what the errors are. Is it a mismatched bracket? No. Found a string. How are we supposed to create buttons? No example in the code. Views. Like, you know, blah 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 blah, this is how you do it, example, yada yada yada. Rust stop, come on, what's the problem? Okay, so yeah, we don't know how to create a button really. We could look at the type signature, but it's a function that gives you an S which implements display. It seems a bit needless to create a closure that does it, but okay, sure. What does it need? It needs display. Strings have display, don't they? It wants a tuple, right? So it's not. So you need more than one thing. Okay. Sure. Let's have two things then. Yeah, you see, using the tuples like that is... I mean, I guess it makes sense. But you just like... I just want a container to put things in that renders horizontally. And that container, I want to add some style to it, I want to add some background to it. And I don't care whether there's like one thing in it, or two things in it, or more than two things in it. I just want the container which renders the things horizontally. Like, forcing me to have two things into it seems a bit annoying. Yeah. Okay, so VStack, we're going to put another thing in it because we have to. So we have to put a comma here maybe, and then we go what? I mean, I know I want my toolbar and I know I want my tab bar, but I'm not ready to create a tab bar yet. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing there yet. So I suppose we have to put something else in there. What can we put there? We've got an H stack that lives in here. So we've got a container. Right, but what does it need? It needs a thing, but I just want a thing. I don't want a thing with a thing with a thing with a thing. So there's this empty thing. Okay, so we're going to use an empty. Which, you know, empty. You know, it just seems a bit sort of needless to have to do this. Right? Like, why can't I just go... Well, maybe I can. Maybe I can. But let's just comment this out and see what happens. Maybe I can. You know, at some point we could read some documentation as well, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, we'll probably have to look at it at some point. But let's just see how we get on with doing it like this. You see, the tuple is not implemented for stack. But why not? Like, why not? Because view tuple, all it has is a method which goes into views. Right? Why can't I go impl view tuple for an array of stuff where the T is like, I don't know, in view or something? Boxed in view? Is that what you get back when you create a stack? What do you get back? So when you create a stack, it gives you a stack. And stack probably implements view, right? View, yeah. Right? So, you know, why can't you go view? I don't know. Maybe you can. View tuple. And where does this live? Yeah, and then it's in a different crate. But why? You know, what's the problem? I don't know. Map it, collect it, something. Why not? Anyway, whatever. You can't. You can't do it here. So, yeah. Maybe there's some code in the stack which depends on more than one element being present. That's probably my guess. Okay, let's see what happens. We've got a window with 2 buttons laid out horizontally. Let's try setting the background color to the toolbar to be different from the thing below it. So going back to the Vizier thing that we were doing, which was this. Where we failed completely. Well, I don't think we're trying to create something that looks like this. Not exactly like this, but something like that. Where we've got some buttons at the top though. Yeah. Let's run the MakerPnP thing, which was using that, which was a little bit closer to what we actually wanted, this. And then I'm just going to steal the colours from this, right? We also have this status bar at the bottom, but this isn't required for our example bit. So we've got some buttons. And we've got an H stack with a background colour of E. Oh dear. What are we doing? Floem, that's it. Too many things. Right, background. No, we've got background, but not background color. Okay, so I suppose we can have E again. Do we have a web one though? Is there one where you can have a string? You can parse a string so it gives you colors back. I just want to see if it works, and then just call unwrap on it. Morbid curiosity is getting the better of me here. It does indeed work. I mean, that's good. Good. I couldn't do that in Vizier. There was no sort of parse thing. At least I didn't find it. Not in the 2 seconds I did with this. So, you know, observation. Right, so we've got that. Then we need to set the color of the document thing. And this document thing is the bit down the bottom here. So we have a tab container, we got this status bar is dark grey, and then the tab document container has a background color of light grey. And light grey was helpfully not in hexadecimal, but sure. Let's just see if there's a corresponding light grey. So wait, why? You got black and white. Oh no, here we are. It's all in caps. Light grey. Who thinks this is the same value as it is in the other one? Right, so in this one, it's this. It is. Well, that's magic. Oops, I ran the wrong one. That's what I meant to do. There we go. Okay, so now that's looking more sort of like what we want. So fine, we've got no state, we've got none of this kind of stuff yet. So, which bit of the requirements should we tackle at this point? Let's just dive straight in to creating the tabs, because yeah, Commander Guy, they should be standardized, right? But whether they're following the standards or not was why I looked. They should indeed be standardized. Right, so this thing, we got to replace it with something else. Now, there was this din view thing and this din container. And din stack. Let's have a look at din stack and see what it's doing. A stack whose items can be reactively updated. Yeah, and at some point we're going to need to actually dig into the lapse code, lapis, I don't know, to see how they create the tabs at the top, because they do have this already. So maybe we should do that now. That's probably a good idea. Otherwise we might be going down completely the wrong path, you see, because they've already done it, so let's learn from how they did it. Right, I think I have it open already somewhere. Yep, there it is. So now we've got to see if we can find the code. Oh, this will be fun. Let's have a look. I suppose we should start with the main thing. There's a bin. There it goes. It uses this. Right, so this is launch. I want it to have this on by default, and over here on every single new window that I open. I don't know how to do that. Alright, so there was this launch thing, but this app thing is because it implements, so it's this that I'm looking for, but Where's the thing that constructs the view? I mean, in our code we had app view, right, which implemented this. So the thing that this points to is a method, right? And then in here it goes launch, right? So we want this, but this doesn't implement into view. Oh, because this is not the Floem. It's not calling Floem launch. So where's the call to Floem launch then? It's probably at the bottom, right? No. It goes run on something. It gets an app from somewhere. And it creates, like, why is this all completely and utterly different? Trying to find out where the initial view is created, and I've got no idea. App data create windows, and it gives you a Floem application back, which is probably a sort of like a different way of doing this. Yeah, it creates a new application. So right, so instead of going new ourselves and creating it and then calling run on it, it's doing some of that for us. So that sort of makes some sense. Fine. So create windows is creating this, and then inside here it must do something with this app, which should be the same as what this does. So it needs to call window, maybe. Probably. So it's got the window position. This is all good. Fine. Self.windows. Maybe it can create more than one window, which is probably a good thing. Here's the call to app window. Right, so we've got app data, app view with a window ID. So app view. Yeah, here we go. Now we've got the creation of the actual view. Right, so where is this file? This is still in app, which is a very large file, which I don't like. Like why? Just split it up a little bit. Create a mod. Split app, you know. There is a. Yeah. Okay. Like, put more of this in here. Right, moving on. Like maybe a file called views. Right. Okay, so it's creating a stack, which is not an H stack or a V stack, it's just a stack. What does it do then when it renders? So it's a stack without a flex direction. What's it going to do if it doesn't have one? I mean, if you don't have a direction on the stack, what's it going to do? Okay. Yeah. Just making a note of that. That's weird. Okay, back to the app. Then it creates a workspace tab header. Ooh. And then it... Wait, what? Then it creates a window within a window? What? What is it? What is a window? Oh, I see. A window is just a view that they've created. Don't know why it's called window. Wait, what? Oh, maybe you can run the app with more than one actual window, and these windows have to be in a container, which is a stack with no direction, because, you know, they can appear sort of on the screen anywhere they like, you know, on top of each other, behind each other, or whatever. But you still have to have a container for multiple windows. I don't know if that's how they manage it. It might be. Okay, so why does the stack have a workspace tab header? If my understanding of window is no, maybe my understanding is still wrong. Because then we've got a what? No, but we got given a window ID, so it's got a window within a window. And there's no documentation to say what the window really is. And then it's got noise word data. Ah. Properties, anybody? You know. Okay, fine. So let's look at it and see if we can try and understand what it might actually be talking about. And it's going to have to recompile some of it, but it might actually succeed this time. I don't know. Yes, Commander Guy. GUIs, pain. No matter how you do it, it's painful. But web GUIs are the worst. They're all manner of horrible. I'm going to say it. All web technologies suck. All of them. It's cruft on top of cruft on top of cruft on top of cruft on top of legacy baggage on top of more legacy baggage on top of cruft. They all suck. TCP/IP 4, anybody? No. Not good enough. TCP/IP 6. Oh, you want to run them both at the same time now, do you? Because you've got to support the old. Oh dear. RFCs to replace RFCs to replace RFCs. Ugh. HTTP. No. Have you seen the headers? Have you seen the typos in the headers that we all have to live with forever? Right. So we're going to go file new, and then go this drop down menu like this. Just can I have a menu bar? Can I just have a menu bar, you know, one that renders like this, so I don't have to always click this stupid small bit in the corner, right? I want to go window and it's to the right a bit, and file is to the left a bit, but now every single time I have to like navigate to this teeny tiny stupid little thing when you want to do common operations, and then you've got to go one level of indirection more to get to the thing that you want to do, as opposed to, you know, just going file and it's there. Just I hate these things. Right, settings, open settings. Right, what happened to my files that I just created? Did I not go file, new file? I thought I did. Why can't I create more than one new file? Oh, now I can. Right, anyway, so we're trying to work out what this code is talking about, because it's creating a stack with a workspace tab header and a window and a stack. Okay, let's look at, so we've got a tab header. You know, my concept of a tab header is like this bit here with these little arrows over here, and this bit, this looks like a tab header to me. Right, and annoyingly this little thing, this toolbar and this doesn't line up properly, which is jarring. Drag weave size, and we've got a stack on the left hand. I mean, is this the, we've got a stack, I mean, having a stack with no flow direction and then using it without putting any documentation on how it's supposed to render, it's just really confusing when you just look at the code. So we've got a stack which contains stuff that might be laid out in any direction. And we've got another stack which has more stuff that might be laid out in any direction. And we've got a bunch of resizable window areas. This is probably something to do with, like, perhaps you can like dock things onto the left, right, top, bottom and so on. And docking containers, I mean, likely I'm going to be going down this path with my app, like I've had to do in previous apps that I've written. And docking containers are a thing all to themselves. Like this, the ability to like move these things around like this, right? It's just a nightmare. So that's probably what this is. And then it might be that you can put things in these things and then initially they're empty. Right. So maybe if we're looking at this, perhaps we can move. Can we pull this? No. Can I move anything? I can split the view. That was a bit confuzzling, but I mean, can I split it vertically? What does this do? Oh, that's just that. Right, so there is this panel on the left, and there is this panel on the bottom, and there is a panel on the right. So these bits here are probably to do with those. That's kind of what I thought, but can you, well, let's try moving one of these. No, you can't do that. Can I, you see, look, it does have this concept of like being able to drag things around, right? So that's, it's got these drag zones basically. Why isn't there one for the top? Like, when I'm debugging stuff, now I know this is a text editor, but when I'm debugging stuff, I normally have, like my Eclipse setup is like the run and the thing that you're running at the top, the variables and the breakpoints, top right, bottom's got a console, left's got your files, and right has basically got some other debugging panels such as like memory views and structure of the file that you're looking at and the disassembly view and all this kind of stuff, right? But I want a top one. So why isn't there a button here for like the top one? You know, I don't know. Maybe you want like a breadcrumb trail. Anyway, right, so moving on. We're trying to work out. So we've got this workspace tab header. So it looks like the workspace tab header is always there. But is this workspace tab header this bit at the top? I don't know. So we've got drag resizable areas. It's probably this. Let's dig into this. So it's got a... right, and then we're into the whole... I knew we were going to get to this. We're into this create blah 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 and all the hooks land that Freya uses and Deoxys uses things called memos. I've still no real idea what they are. It's not a word that makes me understand what it's going to do. Create a memo. Like if I create a memo, I get a post-it note, I write something on it, and I stick it somewhere. There's a reminder to do something later. Is that the concept that they're trying to get across? Create a memo? It's probably not. We looked it up before, didn't we? Computer science memo. I think there's a Wikipedia thing, yeah. A technique to speed up computer programs by storing the results of expensive function calls and caching the result. So this is probably like what we were talking about earlier, where we don't want to like go to a database and get the contents and run the expensive query, right? So like, if inside this memo thing we expect to find some state or something like this, or I don't know, let's have a look. So it creates a memo. What's inside this memo? The tab width is. Wasn't expecting that, but okay. So let's see if we can think what this code might be doing. Just kind of. So it's got to there's these buttons on the right hand side here. It probably needs to know how big this tab area should be or something for some reason. Fine, we'll ignore it for now. And then what does it do? Kind of want to know what's in window tab data. I wasn't expecting all that. Okay. Yeah. So then what does it do? It creates a stack. And again, what kind of stack? I can't visually see what it's going to be, right? Like I can't visualize what a stack is if you've already given me the concept of H stack and a V stack. Is it a Z stack? And if it is, why not call it Z stack? Could I use that debugging thing in Floem that takes capture and lets me inspect the layout? Commander Guy asks. Possibly, but I don't know how you would make it appear. I don't know, maybe you can run the thing in like debug mode or something like this, or open inspector or something, but I don't see it. So yeah. So we've got a stack and we've got a container. What's the difference between a container and a stack? A container is a wrap around another view just for one thing, as opposed to a stack, which is also a container that has multiple things in it, which is always two or more. But one of the things can still be empty. Let's see. So we've got a stack of a container of a stack of a stack with some text in it. You know, what is this stack? Right? It would be helpful to just demark these with like some comments to say what we're actually trying to create. For instance, when I was doing this, I did exactly that. So I'm going to VStack, and then there's a bunch of stuff underneath it, and you say, this is for the toolbar. If the code doesn't tell you what it's trying to create, a helpful comment is quite nice when you do that. Then you go, okay, this stuff's for the toolbar, and you scroll down a bit and go, oh, okay, this stuff's for the tab container. You go, and you scroll down a bit more, you go, okay, this stuff's for the status bar. But when I'm looking at this, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, what GUI elements is this talking about? It's interesting the different styles of programming that people have. Like, I write programs so that I can forget the programs. And then when I have to work on the program again, I can look at it and ideally, hopefully, be able to navigate my way around it after I've forgotten it. But code like this doesn't lend itself well to that pattern that I like. Just so that you know where I'm coming from with my thoughts here. So I'm trying to work out what it's saying. So we've got a new tab. Workspace titles. So we've got some text. Do we even have a workspace? Where does it say workspace? Where does it say new tab anywhere? I don't see this being present. So we still don't know if we're really looking at the right thing yet. And then we've got some event handlers. See, to me, if I see on event stop written down, it feels like I'm going to be, when the stop event happens, do this, as opposed to on any event and then stop the propagation. So I'm going to make a note of that. It's horrible. This. Don't like it. Oh yeah. And then the other thing I didn't like from earlier, underscore cont abbreviation is horrible. It's just my thoughts, you know. Alright, so I'm still trying to work out what it's creating. It's trying to, so it's got an event, and it's got this, and it's styling it, and then it's got another container which is empty. And it sets the border to have a bottom if... Okay, so this is probably like an active this is like probably like a tab, right? And it sets the bottom border to be 2. Yeah. So that's how it does the blue underscore at the bottom of a selected tab. So we are looking at tabs. We are actually looking at tabs. So, you know. Tab. So what's this? I don't know what that is. And then also we've got a stack. Which contains wait, what? Wait a second. This is probably the tab footer. This is probably the tab header. All right. And then probably this is a tab. Right. And this is sort of like the tab drag handle. See, this underscore stop on things is really confusing my head. On click stop. I'm not clicking stop. Then what? So this is the thing that you can drag around. So tab. It's sort of like that by the looks of it. Because it says it's draggable here, right? Draggable unit. So then it's got another one. What's this? Because this is in a container. No, this is in another stack. My guess is it's going to be the close button. But I don't know. But it's got this active tab. What is? Is this how it fades the tabs out on the right hand side, this bit? Is it this? Because it appears after the tabs, right? Or is it this thing? But then, oh dear, what's this stack? So you've got a stack of a tab. It's probably not that. I have no idea what this is. Absolutely no idea. It's an empty element that has absolute positioning with some conditional margin, full height, with the border color of an active tab underline, which, like, the active tab underline is this bright blue color here. So when would we ever see that? That little fadey thing does disappear, but I don't think it's this. Ay, ay, ay. So, and then we've got this stack which has a single tab in it which says new tab by default. And then, wait a second, what have we got underneath that? And this is and all of this stuff is in a view function. It gives you a stack back. When's this used? So it's using this dim stack. Okay, this is what it makes sense. Right, so this thing is the tab bar. Perhaps, because it's got this dim stack, and this view function should probably be called tab view function. Because you're creating a stack of tab view functions, right? And you can see that it's doing that because it does tabs get. And then a dim stack, it takes this argument, and this argument. So we've got an each function. Trying to work out what this dim stack is wanting without looking at the implementation of dim stack. And if you can do that, then when I go into dim stack, I'll sort of have an understanding of what it's trying to do before I go into it. So I'm trying to understand how it's used before I look at the detail of it. So it's got a closure which returns a vector of tuples of a U size and a tab data. But it's not a vec. It's not a is it? No, it's not a vec. It's a vector. What is a vector? This is an im. A persistent vector. What's this crate all about? So it's a faster version of vec. Curious. Structure pre-allocates 4 chunks of size equivalent to vec. Yeah, okay. So it's basically a vec, but it's a vector. Fine. So tabs.get, and this was the signal. And the signal was created by window tabs, and the type of this is Right. This is interesting because this is sort of where the state lives, right? Maybe. How does it differentiate between like a settings tab and a document tab? It's sort of what I want to know. Because window tabs is window tab data. So here it's got this plugin and panel. So inside the editor there can be various panels. Fine, but I don't care about any of that. I just want a thing that delegates it to something else, but maybe there's some commonality because of the dragging and dropping and all this kind of stuff. But it's got why has it got a terminal inside window tab data? What is this? Wait, what? What? And then it's got this global. This seems to be like, why is it in window tab data? Global search data. Editor data. Data. Why isn't this just called editor? Oh, dearie me. Data suffix. I don't know whether this applies to Floem or just lapse at this moment. Data suffix on many types or many structures in no lapse. Right. Right. Going back to this. So why... I'm trying to understand why window tab data has these other data things in it which don't appear to me to be inside the tab. But maybe it does. So if I switched, yeah, you see, because this terminal bit here is consistent. It doesn't switch to another set of these when I change tabs, right? So why is this terminal data inside the window tab data? What does it do with this? That's so weird. Okay, why are we looking at window tab data again? We're looking at it because window tabs wait, there's actually a comment here. Hold on, let me just read this comment. These set of tabs within the window. These tabs are high-level constructs of workspaces. In particular, they are not editor tabs. but wait a second. So if we've got this, and we've got tabs, and we've got tabs, and it doesn't search the untitled files, and I can't put the cursor to here to remove. There it goes, it's gone now. Look, I've got a multi-line text box here, but I can't put the cursor in it. But I can press backspace to delete one of the lines. And then if I'm just pressing cursor down here, seeing where the cursor goes. So if I press cursor down, it goes there. If I press cursor down, it goes there. Up, down, up, down. Why? I'm pressing cursor left and right now. So now I'm pressing right and left, and then down and up. Why does pressing cursor down and up do this? Anyway, I can't select any of this in here. That's probably a bug. Maybe they probably know about it. Maybe they don't know about it. I don't know. And you get the same problem up here as well. Look, yeah. But then, what is? Wait, what? Why is my little thing like a blue square like that? Oh, GUI app programming. Fun, fun, fun for all the family. So we're searching for J, and I press return, and it does that. Like, search. Boo. I don't understand that behavior at all. It's very, very odd. So, look, we're trying to work out what the tabs are. So we've got tabs. I was trying to work out where the new tabs appeared in this area. I don't know what this is. Is there a tooltip? References, implementation, core hierarchy, problem, search. It probably doesn't know. I don't know. You know, I am on the master branch, so there might be sort of like unfinished stuff in here or bugs or whatever. It's not a release branch. So, what's this file explorer supposed to do? Doesn't do anything. Is this a tab as well? Are these tabs here? These might be tabs. What's this thing over here? Is this might be a tab as well? And then we've got these things. We don't even know whether we're looking at the right tabs yet. I'm trying to work out what I need to do because I need some tabs. But I'm trying to find like how they do it, but I'm not currently able to work out what or where the editor tabs are. Let's see if we can search for editor tab. Let's just randomly go to this and see where it is. Editor. We've got, oh, there's a file called editor tab. Let's have a look at this. What's in here? We've got an editor. Ha! I knew it. Right. It's got the settings thing. So, when is a thing not a thing? When the thing is not a thing. Right? Editor tab. Settings is not an editor tab. This thing is not this thing. So I'm guessing there's another type of tab which appears when you select to choose when you want to change your key map. Let's see if this is true. Let's have a look at keyboard shortcuts. Yes. Right, so these are editor tabs. Yes. Keyboard shortcut is totally an editor tab. I mean, perhaps my concept of editor is not the same as someone else's concept of editor, but to me, this is an editor, and this is just some other view which is in the same list of tabs next to the editor tabs. This is a keyboard shortcut tab, and this is a settings tab, and this is an editor tab. But the naming in Laps is such that the editor tab refers to all of these tabs. So when I was doing stuff the other day, I had the concept of tab kind, because in Rust people use the word kind for enums a lot. But it wasn't an editor tab. So this is the enum of the different types of tabs that you could possibly have. Fine. So we've got this settings, but it doesn't have any child info. It doesn't have what's in this editor. It's got content, doc content. Curious. Doc content has got a file. What kind of file is this? Oh, this is an enum. I had this problem the other day when I typed in doesn't. Right, so it can be file or what's the history? Right. Okay. I mean, we're not trying to understand how Laps works. What we're trying to understand is the concept of how it separates like the tabs from how they're rendered and the state is stored and all the rest of it. Right. That's what we're trying to understand. And then we've got info. So these noise words they generally appear when you don't think about the naming long enough. You know, clearly someone thought about this because it doesn't have info or data on the end of it. But this, I mean, technically, all structs are data and all structs are info, right? And if you remove the noise word off the end of it, and then you've got a clash with an existing one, you don't just stick info or data on the end of the name of your struct. You think about it for a little bit longer, and then you decide what it actually is. But it's not info. This is probably like editor, because it's got a scroll offset, it's got an offset. The fact whether it's unsaved, and then it's got the content as well. Not entirely sure why these are bundled with the content. Because it's not really an editor tab, it's just like a tab kind, and then it's an editor, and it probably this editor, instead of having one thing, it should probably have like the doc content here, and this editor info shouldn't have this, and then you could go date on here and it might make more sense, but I don't know. I'm just guessing here. But when I see editor info like that, I'm a bit freaked out. I go to data. Oh dear. When is this used? Yeah, you see, if you had that, then this toData method, this bit of code wouldn't live in that bit. It would just be, you know, somewhere else. Does it need... It seems we've bundled up. Anyway, I don't really go into that too far. Because it just feels like you could pass this self.unstate thing to the method which does this stuff from where this is called here, right? Because you've got your editor info, and you could go doc content to data editor info dot unsaved, right? And that would be better if you split up the doc content. There's probably other reasons anyway, right? Whatever. Right, so we're still trying to work out what these editor tabs are. So editor tab child info is used by something. Is it used in a struct somewhere? Yes, there it is. It's used in another thing called editor tab info. Right. Right. I think we're finally getting sort of somewhere. I want to do a global search and replace on the word info on the suffix of a struct and replace it with fix me. like this. That's what I want to do right now. But there we go. Right, edit tab info. Active focus children. Right. So are these the actual tabs? These are the actual tabs. This is wearing me out looking at this code base. Right, where's editor tab info used? Editor tab is used here. Right, and I guess because you can split I mean, it's interesting that you can split your key bindings like this. I don't know whether you'd ever want to. Can you? And you can split the settings. Like, sure you can, but why? Like, this makes sense. Oh. What happened there? What happened there? I didn't close the program, did I? I only closed the settings, the split settings tab. Right? I mean, I have to go back to the stream and look and see what happened there. Well, come on, stop building it, just run it. It's already built. Oh, it's not already built because I fixed some typos and added some comments. Okay, we have to wait a moment. Let's just look at the code while we're doing it. So we've got the split content info, and this is probably going to be used somewhere. Yeah, here we are. Split in. Oh, Jesus. Data. I mean, what's the difference between info and data? What's the difference between split data and split info? How am I, as a human, supposed to know the difference between info and data? One is information about a thing, and one is data about a thing. But which is which? And what's the purpose of each? Okay, so we're gonna bring the settings up, split it, and close one of the splits. I mean, that it didn't crash that time. But I was clicking over here, I wasn't clicking up here. And it lost all. It's crashed again. Now, the question is it the editor that's crashing, or is it the GUI framework that's crashing? We hope that it is the former, the editor. So new file, I can't create two new files, which is, I don't see why I can't do that, but there we are. So then we're going to go settings, we're going to split it, we're going to close things. Yeah, look, it just crashes when you close tabs. Well, you know, that doesn't bode well for us trying to understand the tab system when the tab system has a bug in it that when you close a tab, it crashes. Right. I'm on master. It's not a release version. Still. Let's testing laps. Random crashing when closing. Let's say editor tabs like this. Which it probably shouldn't even do in the first place, but you know. How do you spell the word noticeable? Who knows? It's got an E in it. Okay, fine. Right, moving on. So we've got split data and split info. And split content info was the thing that we looked at, and this, so it could either be an editor tab or another split info which can contain another editor tab, and that's how sort of the splitting seems to work. And you have a vector of those children, and I guess if it's a split, it renders two things, one being the splitter that allows you to move it left and right probably, and the other thing being the actual content. Because you know you just go around it by yourself, right? So you've got this recursive thing going on. Right, so a split info. Where's this used? Right. Is only used there. Is that right? So this is used in main split. So split content info is used here, and split info is, and we're just going round and round in circles again. Something somewhere wait. But what? That's really confusing. So we've got this. So we've got split content, Split content info. And who thinks we've got a split data as well? Split content data. There's a split data. What about split content data? No, just the info. Honestly, like, how are you supposed to understand when the names are the way they are? So we've got this split data. When's this used? Because I'm trying to find out what owns these things. Because we've got this split info, which is owned by a split. And the split content info is owned by a split info. And the split info is used by the enum split content info, and it just goes round and round in circles. So I'm trying to work out when any of these get created. It's probably this one. When's this used? So this split data, right, it creates the children, right? Yeah. And this is I mean, we've got this whole split thing, but we're trying to get to the sort of top element that contains stuff that can be split. But wait a second. Wait a second. When you split a tab, wait a second. When you split a tab, it gives you an entirely separate tab bar as opposed to another tab on the same bar. And you can't move this. I guess sort of that makes sense. So the things on the left has a tab bar, and the thing on the right has a tab bar. Okay. So if we go back to this, what owns it? What? But this is just the ID, right? Right. editor tab. Oh my god, the info and the data is just screwing with my brain right now, like real bad. So it creates, I mean, like, isn't this just the editor tab? You create an editor tab, but it creates info. Shouldn't this be editor tab like this? Is that really what this is? But an editor tab has children. I'm getting to a point where I just don't want to look at this code anymore because the naming of it and the structure of it and everything is such that it's too convoluted and not understandable. Like, I don't really know what I was expecting to find when I looked into this code, but I'm finding a lot more than I expected. And the naming of everything is such that it's not very easily understandable. So what's the takeaway from all this at the moment? Do we even know? We've got this editor tab thing, and it creates the different types of tabs, which editor tab child is basically the tab kind that we're sort of looking for. And then it's got this toData method, which is doing all manner of craziness. I've no idea what it's doing. It's creating signals. Using a scope, whatever a scope is. Do we know what a scope is? Is this part of Floem or is it part of? It is part of Floem. Yeah, I saw something about this the other day. I don't know why you need a scope. Because I think someone asked, like, in the Discord channel, like, recently, like, when do signals get dropped or something? And you can do it if you use your own scope or something like that. So main split data. And then we've got these. Where was the thing that wasn't a tab? Was this in? Oh, this was in window tab, right? Wasn't it? Where did we find that comment about these are not the tabs? This bit. We still don't know what this is really. And then, was it this that had the editor tabs? No. We've got this main split data, and this has the editor tabs. Oh my gosh. Am I the only one struggling to follow along with this code base exploration here? So, we're more interested in this. So we've got an ID and a tab data. Okay, look. This line here is probably the most useful thing that we've found. But it might not be, because we don't know what this editor tab child is. Right, editor tab child. Right, okay, no. Perhaps it's this line. Okay. So, going back to the requirements of the thing that we're trying to implement, we want a tab bar, we want a document container. The document container can contain any type of content. Right? This editor tab data looks like the thing that contains both the list of tabs and the types of tab that can be in any of the containers. Right? Because essentially this is the container. But you only get an ID. Okay, I've had enough looking at this for now. Let's look more at the Floem code to see if we can find more examples of how to structure the state. Context. What's context? Should we just run it? Because this is the big unanswered question to me with all of these GUI frameworks that I've been looking at. It's like, how are you supposed to manage the state? How? Show me examples of that. Yes, I care about all the buttons and the widgets and all this kind of stuff, but if you don't understand where your state is supposed to be stored, you can't put anything in those buttons and things, right? You can't make them do anything useful. Like, sure, you know, we've got a flight booker, and what does it do when you click book, right? It sets a flag. Like, but this flag is never really used by anything, right? It's not, it doesn't do anything. These 7 GUI examples would be better served by having an example that actually has like a proper state that's persisted. So for instance, this cells one, perhaps, maybe you've got a matrix and you need to update things in it. And you've got your state and you need to store it somewhere. And then you've got your GUI which updates the state. Where does the state go? How does the GUI interact with that state? And then when the application starts up, how do we load that state? What does a save button do? How does it save the state? What happens if something else in the background changes the state? This kind of thing. Right. So I'm not seeing any good examples of how we do state. Oh, 3.5 hours into this investigation so far. Quite a long one today. Not sure what we've learned, but we've certainly looked at a lot of stuff, haven't we? Let's have a look at what's its editor. Maybe this is useful. Let's have a look. Okay, so I've got a flashing cursor and I'm trying to move the cursor keys left and right and nothing happens. If I click on it, it looks the same as it looked before, and I'm pressing cursor right and it does something, right? Run it again. It's flashing, indicating that it's got some focus, right? Cursor shouldn't flash unless they've got the focus, right? I'm pressing cursor right and nothing happens. I'm clicking on it, it's still flashing. I'm clicking on it, it looks exactly the same as it did before. But now, there's no visual clue to tell me that it's not focused. I know it's not 1.0 yet. I mean, do the authors of these GUI apps, right, use their keyboard to navigate the apps like any apps? This is what I'm wondering. Like, clearly they do, because in that editor that we were just looking at, there's a panel for keyboard shortcuts. So they must use keyboard shortcuts. Right? They use their keyboard. They type in code all day long. But yet, when I do this, and I see a flashing cursor, and I start typing, nothing happens. Right, okay. So let's have a quick look at this. Is there any useful sort of state? No, it's all contained within this single app view thing, right? Right, but I've got some state, and it lives somewhere else. This state lives in a Crux app that you pass it messages, and it sends you a message back, and you get some information back, which you then need to render. It's like going to a file, loading it, and then displaying it. Right, we're not really getting anywhere, are we? We've got. I don't think we've got anywhere. I'm trying to work out what to replace this empty with still, which I think I started trying to work out about 2 hours ago and still haven't found anything useful. We found some concept of some stacks and some containers and all this kind of stuff. Let's so for instance, let's just say I've got a struct which can be called application state, right? inside which we're going to have documents, which is going to be a vector of document kind. And document kind is going to be either a text document with a text document, or it's going to be a bitmap document with a bitmap document, right? Ah, why it's come up with that. And then let's just say I've got a mod for documents. I'm just going to make all these public for now because later we're going to move them and it's going to be a problem if I don't. Right, and it's going to have some stuff in here at some point, such as, say, the content and the name. Let's go path. Right, and then we're going to have pub mod bitmap. Should we say image? Because I want to be sort of a bit more generic over the type of thing. Right, let's go image. Then we're going to have a pub struct image document, which is also going to have a path. And there might not be any commonality between the types of document that you can have. Such as a settings window doesn't have a path, for instance. A home thing doesn't have a path. Right. Let's go path buff here. And to, well, it's going to be sort of like an image and then like an enum of images or something like content, which is a bit like image content with some stuff in it, right? And let's say that we've also got and the content is editable, everything's fine, and then we've got, like, let's say selection or something like this, which would be like an offset from the start of the content and the amount of items, characters selected, say. And, you know, we could probably create a struct for this, but whatever. For now. Oops. Right. And then we've got some state here, which is going to be something like the last click. Let's just say coordinate. Coordinate. Right. And this is going to be an option. And I'm just going to put X and Y in here in the tuple for now. Yes, you'd want like a properly named structure with X and Y in it, like a point, for instance. Right. That's kind of what we're dealing with in terms of documents. Right. Well. Right. So I can have documents open. And then we've got this concept of like tabs or something, right? Right. And I honestly don't know what to put in here. I mean, is it where does this tabs go? Where does it belong? I have no idea. But I want to create a UI that allows me to have not only tabs of documents like this, but also the home thing as well. Right. So let's create a tab bar with a button on it that says home. Okay, so we're going to do we've got this vertical stack, we've got an H stack. The vertical stack contains two things. So we're going to have another H stack. But this thing needs to be dynamic, right? Because we don't know the amount of tabs that's on it. So I can't create the tabs here because here it needs more than one and I only want to put one in it. I want a home tab, right? So I can't use an H stack. So the Floem lapse thing used dun stack, right? And this lives where? In Floem. Fine. Reactively updated. List of views that change over time, which is right. Takes a function that returns an iterator of items. So we need something that has a list of stuff to create. So if we say, just for now, we have a hash map of string and tab kind. I don't know if this is right or not. And we need to create this tab kind. Note the separation between document kind and tab kind. All will make sense. So I don't know whether we need this documents thing. But somehow we need to store documents. Let's just say we've got home and document for now. And what I'm specifically not doing is put in home. Well, maybe it's right. Maybe it's maybe there should be a home tab like this and a document tab like this. I don't know what's going to go in these yet. Right, because the document tab is not going to contain the document kind because that's here. So I don't know what it's going to contain. Right. But now we've got something that we can sort of iterate over and reference. And this string will be like some identifier, basically. Probably. Don't really know. So didn't stack. You need to create a signal from a vector, but we sort of know that the tabs are separate from the content, right? And maybe the tabs have names as well. And maybe there's some way of going from a tab kind and its ID to a document kind. So maybe there's, maybe it's just vectors in here. Let's just use vectors for now. Let's just use a vec. And let's say the ID is here. And a home tab doesn't need an ID. Because you don't need to go through this to find it. So maybe this should be a hash map. Probably like that. Let's try that. So we're going done stack. And then we've got 3 things. We've got move, and then we don't have this items. We need tabs. We don't have this application state yet. Should we create that here? Where does the state go? Right? Or should we create it here and pass it in? Don't know. To me, it feels like we should create the application state here because there's probably going to be things in the application state that we need to initialize when we run the app, such as show home on startup. Boom. Thus, right? So we go struct, no, not struct, let state application state. And we're going to fill in all the things. And importantly, this is false for now. And then later we can come back and add some way of setting this state so that this flag is true or false depending on what the user clicks, right? So let's see if we can do this. Alright, do we want a mutable reference to this? Does it let's just replace this for a moment. Does it compile if we try and do this? It does compile. That's good, I guess. So at this point, we've got our application state. Should we call it app state? let's rename this as well. You've got app view and app state. We've got something. If we rename this to application state, we'd rename app view to application state too. Right, but we've got some consistency and it's fine. So now we can get this, right? Where we were trying to get it before, which was this din stack. And we're trying to go move, and we're supposed to go app state dot tabs, maybe. But we've got to create a signal for this. Oh dear, what happened there? But this lives in the state. Tabs. Can we do this? And then it says cannot move. Maybe we don't use a reference to it. Maybe we just do this. Right, and then it can move it, and now this tabs is moved into the signal. Sure. And then perhaps we can now go tabs.get. And then the first thing was a function which turns I, and I implements iterator of type T, which is the kind fine. I don't know why it needs these things yet. Right. Oh. And the tabs wasn't really a list of tabs, it was a list of tab kind. And the tab kinds had these things, and there's another thing which we need to do. I don't know why there's no get on. What did it import for that? Signal get. And then I suppose here the key function. You see, it feels like you need still feels like we need a hash map here as well. And this is a different identifier for that, but you know, but then we're just duplicating everything all the time. But maybe we insert the same key into the hash map and the tabs at the same time and everything's fine. Because the tab kind is not going to have any kind of key on it. The home tab has got nothing that identifies it, right? So we can't create anything from it. So I guess we do need a hash map here. And this is going to be a string. And I suppose what we could do, instead of using a string like this, we can go thinking about using a type, a new type. Where we have a tab ID. which is just a string. Oops, what am I doing? Probably need that. I don't know whether we do yet. So this gives, then we've got this key function. We've got tabs dot, and then what do we need to do here? It's supposed to give us a unique ID for each. Oh, it's an item. So what is the item? So we get given probably a tab, and this has a tab ID. So we basically get tab ID, tab kind, and then we go tab ID. Maybe something like this. And then we create a view. So here we're going to go move. And then what do we get here? We get an item again. So that's this. And here we're supposed to create the view, right? So we'll just create a label like it did. And then we'll go switch on the tab kind, because that's what we're actually going to do in reality. Switch. What programming language are we using today? Not C. Done stack. Yeah, okay. And then we've got home, and then we've got a home tab and a document tab. Right, and if it's a home tab, we're going to go label with just the word home in it. Perhaps. But it doesn't work like that. You have to go like this. And if it's a document, we're going to say label document. Right, and at some point, we'll actually do something with the tabs. Right, now there's clearly a compile error there, but let's find out what the compiler says. Maybe there's not. I'm trying to build the wrong thing. Here we go. Right, so it doesn't satisfy what? Doesn't satisfy underscore signal get with a hashback tab ID tab kind. It's probably because this tabs thing here needs to have clone on both the tab ID. I'm not entirely sure about this. And also the tab kind, and therefore the home tab and the document tab. Which is why the details of the document kind and the tab kind are not in the same object. Because you don't want to be cloning your document kind. Right, but at least now that error message went away. And I guessed at the solution to that, but it wasn't clear from the error message. I mean, it might be if you really read it and go through all the code to try and find out what all the different types are, but it wasn't clear. Right. Next error message. The trait EQ is not implemented for tab ID. Yeah, I mean we can implement we can derive EQ from here. It's fine. You have to do both. Right, and we need a hash on the tab ID. You know, I was right, we did need hash. And the hash doesn't work without EQ and partial EQ, so fine. And now we're into fun lifetimes. Great. So we probably have to clone the tab ID. And this isn't one of those anymore. Let's just make it do the default hash map where it's empty. And our concept of does it compile was wrong because I was compiling the wrong thing. So we don't know how to get the app state to the app view. So it wants a view that takes no arguments whatsoever. So we can't do this. So how do we get this into here? Can we have an example, please? No. No. So, you know, main, launch it. Main, launch it. Main. Launch it. Let's search for all occurrences of main like this. So, no, 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 no. You see where we're going with this, right? Oh. But it still does this though. Now, what have we got here? This is good. Oh, this is good. Oh, interesting. So, this one's doing something slightly different. Look. This one's going main, and it's creating a new application, and then it's going run. What's this second argument to this window thing here? Window config. No, this isn't like application state. Like, how do you deal with application state? Like, you know, what about a database? You know, where do I initialize my database connection, for instance? Where do I load my config? Am I supposed to do it in this app view, like, it's a method called app view, which should be creating a view, right? That's how I read this. So it doesn't make sense that in my method called app view, it initializes a database connection or loads some state and does a bunch of other things that are unrelated to creating a view. Use the state, sure. Create the state, no. So laps, as we looked at earlier, this thing doesn't do this when it starts up, right? It's got this bin which calls app launch, right? App launch, does this kind of thing that I'm talking about. It looks at like CLI arguments, command line arguments, and basically just decides to initialize things somehow, right? But there's no example of how to do that in the examples. So we're going to make a note of that. No examples show where to create application state, e.g. initializing a database. Loading a config or parsing CLI arguments to create state for the before the window is shown. Because maybe the config said, give me a red window. You don't create the window in like one color and then change the color to red. That'd be stupid. You load the config, you work out what the color is, and then you display your content. So we don't really know how to do it. So this thing did this stuff where it parsed a bunch of files and did a bunch of things. And look, there's sockets. So how does look, and there's a database as well. How does the window provide context? We've got a scope, provide context. And this is a reference counter, so it's an arc, one of these, fine. So you can clone the arc, but it doesn't clone the database connection itself. Then, so we've got this scope thing. How does this scope get into the app? Is it anything to do with this provide context? No. Why does this appear underneath this? Is it really temporally coupled? So provide context comes from this. Sets of context value stored within the reactor system. Stored context value can be retrieved from anywhere by using use context. So it's probably that. But what is the type of... So there can only be one of each type. Fine, because it's got a type ID and it uses that. And this is because it's right. Fine. So we're going to go maybe provide context app state. Why? I don't want to clone my entire application state. Why? Right, so arc is clone though, isn't it? Right, okay. So let's go arc new application state perhaps. I don't know, because then, you know, maybe it works. Cannot find app state. Yes, right. So somehow we've got to get the context. So we've got this use context. Let's go app state equals, and let's say arc application state equals use. But why is it an option? And let's say unwrap on this. No. Let's just do it here. I'm just kind of curious as to see what happens here. Yeah, we definitely can't move it. So we probably have to go as ref the unwrap. But we can't move it out of here. What are we supposed to do here? I've got my tabs. They live in this. I need to create a signal because that's what din stack needs. Well, the example was that it needs that, but it doesn't actually need that. It just needs something that implements into iterator. Which might work like this. App state is not over. Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected. Let's search for this. I'm just looking to see if I can find other examples of read-write signals which maybe use arcs or no. No idea. Let's just, I don't know, you can't move it. Reference to a hash map. Yeah, and then you go, it's not an iterator. Yeah. Do we need to go star tabs.get here? Yeah, but now it doesn't live long enough. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to get the thing out of it and put it in another signal? I mean, what are you supposed to do? Let's assume that it already exists, right? Let's search for din stack. Sortable items. Do we like I don't know, like I don't really want to clone the list of tabs here, because how am I supposed to add a new tab? Probably not going to work, because I'm creating this signal from something, and then if I update this app state, this signal that I created with this initial value is going to be out of date, right? But maybe this use context is magic and it knows stuff that I don't know how it might work. I'm sure you can do this, but I'm sure this is probably going to cause problems when we try and use it. Right, so I've got my no tabs, which is what I want. So what we're going to do is, where we've got this new button, we're going to try and make it add the home tab to the list of tabs. Dot on. And another reason I don't like this tuple is because of the silly comma after the end of the thing you were going to try and use. What can you do with the button? You see, there's no example on button. No example for button on button. What is it? Function Rust doc or something like that. And buttons are like one of the most common elements you might need. So, you know, it'd be nice to have some documentation on things like labels and buttons, so that when you click button, you've got information about it. You know, like we do with an H stack, we've got a basic bit, and a din stack is somewhat better documented, but you'd expect the button to be documented there, right? Like, no. So we don't know how to do anything with the button. Fantastic. So we're going to have to search, which I don't like. So then, apparently we can just go on click, but does that? And then, why do I need to know what type of propagation I need for this button? Where do the events go if they don't stop? Then we've got an action. I don't know, was it like this? And it futzes around with stuff. Now, what I want to do is add the tab to the application state and it work. App state dot tabs dot push or insert probably a home tab. Let's differentiate it a bit. Home tab ID. We haven't got any method of generating IDs yet, but this is going to be a tab ID with a string. And then we need to put the tab kind in it, which is going to be a tab kind home tab new, right? Right. Who thinks this is going to make a tab magically appear in a din stack? No. Takes no arguments. Takes one argument. What's the argument that on-click stop takes? Why is there 3 of them? Why can't I differentiate between the 3? And why don't I get any auto completion here? No idea what's the difference between the event handlers really does, but no documentation read thus at this point. I'm just trying to use it. So I'm going to have to go to the documentation. requires reading something somewhere. We don't know where. On-click stop takes a function which has an event. So is this event? And this is supposed to give us back why? Oh, I need a semicolon, right. Can I borrow the arc mutable? Right, close me out of the current function. Be fine. That one's probably fine. Right, but can't borrow the arc as mutable. Should it be an arc but? I don't know. Thread safe reference kind of pointer, sure. Shared ownership, right. So I can't modify the things in an arc. So do I need a mutex for this? How do I update my application state? You know. These are the problems that I'm trying to make work with these UI frameworks. It's like, where does the state go? How do you do it? And I'm finding myself running into the exact same problems with every single one of these reactive UI systems. Every single one so far. I don't know quite why I'm looking at that. How do we get the state? Do I want to... What do I want here? Do I want a mutex here? Clone is not implemented for mutex. So do I want an arc mutex? Oops, what am I doing? Do I want an arc mutex like this? So the mutex is reference counted, and then because you've got a reference to the mutex, you can then ask the mutex to lock the thing and get the stuff out of it and futz around with it. Fine, we'll try that. Right, and then what? You're going to lock the mutex, unwrap the mutex, get the tabs out of it, and then clone them all. And I don't want to clone the tabs in the first place, but there we go. So now we can go dot log and unwrap it. And do we think this tabs is mutable at this point? It is. Right. Do we think this is going to work? I don't think this is going to work. So we go new, and nothing happens at all. Right. So because this tabs is never changed. We create a signal on this tabs. and then nothing happened with this signal, right? This is my expectation here. But I don't want to clone these tabs. I just want to say when this app states tabs stuff changes, then refresh the view somehow, or refresh this bit of the view. So how am I supposed to do this? Right, got no idea. Let's look at the documentation. I expect to be in this position where I'm still absolutely no clearer within the next 10 minutes or so of looking at the documentation. That's my expectation right now. Let's see and hope that this is not true. Right, so we've got documentation. We've got there's a Git book. Oh no, we're looking at the wrong thing. We're supposed to be looking at this. So it's got buttons, yada yada yada, documentation, code examples. We've already looked at those. We didn't find anything. So now we're into the documentation. So, Floem, views, whatever, widgets. I'm not creating widgets. State management, reactivity built on signals and effects for state management. To learn more, so go somewhere else. Local state. Right, but we've already read this, and this is unhelpful. And we've already tried this, and this is unhelpful. Okay. So now we're into looking at a different project's documentation to understand how the project that I'm trying to use is supposed to work. And this is already a bad situation before we even read anything. Without effects, signals can change within the reactive system but never be observed in a way that interacts with the outside world. Without signals, effects run once but never again, as there's no observable value to subscribe to. So they're interdependent. So probably the DIN view is using an effect, which is why you need to give it a signal. And this is very popular, like the Deoxys stuff uses exactly the same stuff. It uses create signal, create memo, create resource, and create trigger. Right. And in Deoxys, we were getting all sorts of like random crashing and things like this when we tried to use these things. Probably because we were doing things in the wrong place and there was understanding issues. But this is what I'm trying to understand by using the code and reading some documentation. Yeah, right. Create a runtime, create a signal, right? But shouldn't this be cool? Like, what is the output of this program going to be? Like, what? Sure, but it doesn't tell me how to get my state. Right? This is what they all seem to be missing. It's like, am I missing something here? Or is there just no documentation for this on any of the 3 GUI frameworks that I've looked at thus far? Or in the thing that they're based on? Like, state. Working with signals. Sure, you can create a signal and you can read from it. Yay, great. Making signals depend on each other. Maybe it's some of this because I don't know, but we've got a context. We've got a context and we need a signal. Right? We've got a context which contains the state. Maybe the signal should be in the state. Let's try that. Because I vaguely remember seeing that. Hold on. So let's, instead of this, creating a signal here, we go RW signal of a hash map of stuff. Maybe this is what we need to do. And then maybe somewhere, but we don't have this tabs now. Maybe we go app state dot tabs. Maybe lock unwrap tabs. And then maybe somewhere down here we go create RW signal with a default, which is the hash map. Let's try that. That might be the answer. No, apparently not. Oh, wait, what? Why is it? It's weird when my ID does weird things like that. Like, I didn't care about that. I didn't have that. Maybe I did. We've got tabs. What does it think tabs is? Oh, tabs is a signal. So now we get the signal and then we insert into it. That might work. Use of moved value. Well, of course. Do we want a signal to the app state as well? But what's the point of a context then? Which does not implement copy. And maybe we don't need to move it. Can we copy the reference to the mutex? I mean, it seems somewhat dumb. Do we need to? Let's add a clone. If at first you don't succeed, clone, clone, clone away. No? No. App state has type application which does not implement copy. So you can't copy the app state. Do we need a mutex anymore? Let's try doing it without the mutex because we don't really know. Well, we needed the mutex because it needs to be mutatable. So no, we do need the mutex. That's why we added it. Maybe the use context should be in here. Let's try this. App state does not live long enough. Well, of course it doesn't. Borrow value does not live long enough. Right, this is because of the unwrap thing on here, probably. Because it's a mutex guard. And this now is oh, it's not a. Okay, it compiles. If this works, I'll be shocked. Do we think the click handlers work? Do we even know if this code is being executed? Let's go print new. Sure, I could attach a debugger. New pressed. New is being pressed. Right, so let's break this out to a local method. Aren't we supposed to be... Oh, I see what's happening. So we're doing get on this tabs, but this tabs is what? Copying? cloning the list, and then we're adding the tab to the list of things that we've got. Are we perhaps supposed to be going something else other than get on here, which is perhaps maybe right, and then this tabs is a right, which then allows us to do this, like probably not right, but what does it do? So that you can borrow mute to update the data. You know, let's see what else uses this right. Now, I'm the only thing in the entire Floem codebase that uses this method. Of course I am. How about an update? Okay, maybe we do an update. Oh look, there's a set as well. But we want to be doing update. We don't want to be replacing the value. We want to, I mean, what's the difference between... Let's see if that compiles. Just curiosity. Temporary value drop while binding. Yeah, because of this. Let's try the update method. Tabs. And then move this into this. Because here it's a mutable hash map, right? So maybe that works. This might work. I mean, no, we crashed it. And this is where I was with what's that other one called? Freya, right? I'm in the exact same position. When I try and do something, just boom, you're dead. Am I misunderstanding stuff? Probably. Am I frustrated as hell right now? Yes. So, on that note, just remember, folks, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one.